Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025, and the time is 8:42 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, and I'm serving as your chairman today. On the panel with me is Ms. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. Can y'all hear us?
Did we just lose the?
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How you doing today, sir?
Good. We're looking for Warren Green.
Yes, sir. I'm grabbing him right now. Mr. Green, they're ready for you. Hey, look, just in case they ask you about this again, they may ask you if you have this document. Same one from last time.
All right. Have a seat, Mr. Green. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
All right. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. The time is 8:43. And my name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman. My colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Ledoux sitting on the left and Mr. Freeman sitting on the right. The panel today at headquarters is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Staff, would you please introduce yourself? Our remote location is St. Tammany Parish Jail. And would the staff there please introduce themselves for the record?
Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Lott. Today we have Mr. Warren Green. Would you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number for the record?
Tramel Green, 352460.
All right. You have a sheet in front of you right there, the parole revocation questionnaire that you had signed for that original hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you recognize your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you were found ineligible for appointed counsel based on Supreme Court guidelines. So
Yes,
here
sir.
we are. You ready to proceed again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it looks like we previously had a hearing for you on June 24th, and we ordered you to a transitional work program, but you were not eligible because of prior sex offender conviction.
Yes, sir.
So we back here today to make a decision on what we're going to do with you in lieu of our past that couldn't be done. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ledoux, who's the lead person on this case. You have nobody here. Okay, we have nobody here in support of this. We do have a parole officer, Mr. Steve Everly, here to testify. We can go ahead and take his information now.
Yeah. You want me to speak?
Yes, Mr. Everly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the board, we're here today because Warren Green cannot abide by the terms and conditions of his supervision that he signed on both the 10/26/23 and 11/6/23. He was driving a vehicle while intoxicated. He blew a .07. He was admitted to smoking medical marijuana, which is not allowed unless it's authorized by your body. He knows that. So there was medical marijuana in his system, or marijuana in his system, as well as alcohol. He blew a .07. They charged him with reckless operation because of the .07. that the last parole hearing, he was deemed to put him in a transitional work program because of his violent offender status and his sex offender status. I do believe he was denied for that program. If he had had an accident, I don't think we're talking right now. He went so many years. He's on for manslaughter. He did so many years without smoking marijuana, and now all of a sudden he wants to smoke marijuana. In our history, medical marijuana is expensive, so they get the medical marijuana prescription and then turn around and fill their bags with regular marijuana. That's happened numerous times on my caseload. He was drinking and driving. He could easily had an accident and hurt somebody, which is not what we expect people that have been granted parole. I don't know what more to say. He was denied the program. We're asking for revocation at this point, ladies and gentlemen.
He did plead guilty to reduced charges though, huh?
He pled guilty to reckless operation, alcohol in a vehicle, and no insurance in the vehicle.
Since our last hearing,
Yes, it was on
June 11th.
Let me pull it for you, sir.
It's June 11th.
Yeah, June 11th. Yes.
Thank you.
The only reason it was reduced is because he blew a .07 and not a .08.
Mr. Evans, how long has he been in jail? Does it show when we put him in?
April 25.
April of 25, that sound correct?
April 29th is when he was arrested.
Yeah, I
He's
just
been
want
there
to see.
since.
I just want to see if it had been a long time. Okay.
So you're talking about 3 months.
Well, Mr. Everly, thank you for providing that input to the board today.
You're welcome.
Mr. Green, you pled guilty to the charges. Were you drinking and driving?
Made an initial hearing. I take full responsibility. You know, I did have 2 daggers earlier that night.
And how long had you been on supervision?
Since my release, October of 23.
23, October 20. So I could probably make assumptions, but I won't. So I'll ask you. So have you been drinking pretty heavily since that time?
I mean, honestly, I'm not a drinker. No, ma'am, I haven't. You know, again, like I said, I don't pass the buck. I don't try to deny what took place. I do understand whether I was drunk or not. You know, I did drink, and even buzz driving is considered drunk driving. You know, I do understand the severity of the incident, what could have took place. You know, so I'm not gonna try to downplay it. You know, like I said, I'm not a drinker. I'm not a druggie. I've been working again. Last year I worked 2 jobs. You know, it's not making any excuses. I got a newborn child. I just ventured off into a new business. You know, the first time I was out, I went to a movie. I mean, you know, at that movie, my first time maybe at a movie, at the movie tavern, I didn't even know they served drinks. So I took a gamble and I drank 2 drinks. You know, and this is the result of it. You know, to say the least. I mean, I don't do anything. I work, I go home, you know, like I said, I got a newborn son that's 4 years old, you know, 4 months old, and all I've done just been trying to just maintain, you know. I'm 49 years old. I'm not about to, you know, say, oh, woe is me. I mean, but, you know, in light of everything that I have accomplished, I've went above and beyond in spite of this one incident to appease to whatever.
Okay. Did you say you had a job while you were?
Yes, ma'am. I managed and worked at a barbershop.
Okay, but, okay. I don't have any more questions. I'll defer to my colleague.
Had you ever been told by your probation officer you cannot have medical marijuana?
I was told this October of last year by Mr. Belfonts. After that was my first time ever since I've been released having a urinalysis test. And he told me then that he just basically stated, I need to be careful because this is not recognized by the board. Now, again, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to, disregard. Yeah, he did warn me, that was my first and only, and they did say it was not recognized by the board. But when I initially received the card, which was earlier last year, around about April or May, I sent the text to, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Beverly. And I was not told about Mr. Beverly. Now, I'm not saying Mr. Beverly didn't do his job. Mr. Beverly didn't do his job. Again, but when Mr. Belfonts became my parole officer, my first ever urinalysis test was October of last year. And so that's when he stated that it was not recognized by the board and I need to be careful. I have not been subjected to another drug screen then, but I do have the medicinal card. And I was, at the time, earlier in the previous, you stated that I was possibly riding around with it in my car casually. Well, again, true, but not true. Where I work at, when I get off the interstate, the dispensary is on my way to my job. I placed the order that morning, I picked it up, I went to my job. When I got off now across the street at the interstate is where the movie theater is at. So when I got off that evening, I met my fiance at the movie theater.
Yeah, and basically, but I just wanted to know whether you had ever been told that you're not to use it. And they do have a statement in here that Mr. Belfonts told you that it's not approved unless the board says so.
Right, and that was
But to keep getting it after he told you that. So, okay, that's all the questions I have.
I have
Sir,
no question.
I do have one more thing.
Oh, yes, sir.
It wasn't an alcohol, it was a styrofoam daiquiri cup in his vehicle. So him saying he had 2 drinks while he was at theater, he had a daiquiri in his car, which he must have picked up. So, and I do not let anybody have medical marijuana unless it's prescribed by or approved by your board.
Yeah.
They're all told the exact same thing. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. Mr. Green, there are rules for probation for a reason. You know, if we didn't have rules, we'd have chaos. Mr. Green, you talk a good talk. I hear you. I appreciate it, and I know it's real. But we have rules for a reason. And my vote today is going to be to revoke. All
right. Freeman?
Okay, yeah, I don't see any alternative. You were told, and back in that much time, I definitely wouldn't have got me a marijuana card. If I'd have known, I'd have to go back to jail for 8 years. So, my vote is to revoke. We got to follow the rules.
And I'll concur with my colleagues for the same reasons. Today, your parole has been revoked. And this will conclude our business with Mr. Green at St. Tammany.
Bye, Hunter.
much on the agenda today.
I think they're all doing parole hearings, so they do all the revocations first. Yeah, 4 revocations and 6 parole hearings.
They wouldn't have known. Yep. Luckily, the nurses picked up on what it was, getting the dark hands. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16, 2025, and we are at 9:11 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Ledoux to my left, Mr. Freeman to my right, and headquarters, would you please introduce yourself? Our remote location this time is at Ouachita Parish Correctional. Is there any staff there with y'all?
Yes, sir.
Would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, it's Deputy Marchand.
Thank you. We also have Mr. Green. Mr. Green, would you please introduce yourself by giving us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Cortez Green, DOC number 593070.
And I see you have a attorney there with you. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is John Roa, last name is ROA, and I'm his attorney for this limited purpose of this hearing.
Okay. All right. You have obviously, based on the questionnaire and the Supreme Court guidelines, you decided you were qualified for an attorney for this hearing, and we have him present here today. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with the hearing. I'm going to read the violations to you and ask you first just to go through all the violations, and we're going to get a plea, either guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Then we're going to take each one at a time and discuss them. So the first violation listed on the notice is that you failed to submit monthly reports to your parole officer as directed. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
All right. The second one is number 3, that you moved from your residence of record without permission from your parole officer before doing so.
Not guilty.
And number 4, that you engaged in criminal activity on April 19th when you committed the offense of domestic abuse, battery, and criminal trespassing. You entered a plea of guilty to criminal mischief and was by the court sentenced to time served, and the state removed the motion for psychological evaluation. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
You failed to work at a job approved by your parole officer, and you have not provided any documentation or proof of employment since released on parole supervision.
Not guilty.
And number 10, that you have not paid your fees as ordered, and you're currently $819 in arrears on your parole fee.
Not guilty.
All right. We'll take them one by one. The violation of number 2, you pled not guilty to, and in a notice of preliminary hearing, says you pled not guilty. You offered the following statement: I called the officer if I didn't go to the office, and the officer came to my house. Green explained he did not have transportation, but was in contact with his officer most of the time. Specialist Brown offered the following information. Brown stated started supervising the case in 2024. When Green wasn't reporting, he was seen by the officer at his home. Since Green said he had no transportation to the office, Brown advised Green left his home when he was arrested and should have been able to report on occasion. Green contacted the officer to be seen at the residence instead of reporting for each month. This was done as a courtesy to Green. Green's conflict with officer was inconsistent. Contact with officer was inconsistent around January and February of 2025. Attorney Roa requested that have the reporting instructions clarified. Office contact and field residence contact briefly reviewed. Specialist Brown and Green was seen at home maybe 3 times since October, and it's possible the previous officer gave Green a chance to report by phone. What else do you have to say about that? What do either one of y'all have to say about that one?
I don't have nothing to say, sir.
I have no knowledge of that, so I have no comment other than the statement that you already have from the officers.
Okay. So basically, the statement I have is that you did not report monthly to them like they told you to. You would call them, but you didn't report to them. So on that one, guilty. The next one is that you moved from your residence without permission from the parole officer before doing so. What do you have to say about that one?
The address y'all saying that I moved to is an old address from my last probation, last time I was on parole and probation. The address always pop up. I don't know why it popped up. I have not moved from address. I'm still at the same address that's on file. The Foran Street, I'm still there. That's my same address. Has always been my address.
All right. And that seems to be what you said at the preliminary hearing too. Probation officer the following though. That the last address on record was Ferdinand, but Green gave arresting officer an address of 1401 Aaron, apartment 181. The affidavit stated Green was banned from the Ferdinand address. Officer was not advised of changes. Green then stated Aaron is the old address, that the uncle owns the property and he was never told he was banned. That's still your statement for today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Number 4, you engaged in criminal activity on or about April 19, 2025, when you committed the offense of domestic abuse battery, criminal trespassing, and you entered a plea of guilty to the crime of criminal mischief regarding that case. So you pled guilty to that one, and you have been convicted in the court of law, so we'll find you guilty on that one. Condition number 6, you failed to work at a job approved by your parole officer. You have not provided any documentation or proof of approved employment since being released on parole supervision. What do you have to say about that one, number 6?
I have health issues. You know, I don't work. I have health issues. I have bad knees, and I got back problems. I have muscle spasms in my back from a car wreck. So I really can't work like this. So that's about all that I got to say.
Did you get disability?
I've been trying, but it's been a battle with disability, sir. It's been a battle.
So basically, you did not have employment during that period of time that the parole officer specified it.
No, sir. No, sir.
Had you brought him any documentation from the doctor or anybody like that to show him that you are disabled and unable to work?
It's been trouble getting around to get the paperwork. I don't have any paperwork on hand, sir. I don't have anything on hand.
Right. The next one we have is condition number 10, that you have failed to pay any supervision fees and you're behind $819 on that obligation. You pled not guilty. You did pay your fees, or what's up with that?
Like I said, I'm unemployed, so the money that I have was real scarce, so I wasn't able to do that. But I received a check from a car wreck that I was in before I came to jail now, and I should be able to catch the fines up if released, sir. That's the only thing I can say about this, sir.
So what I understand is that you didn't pay it then, but you could pay it now.
If I'm released, sir, as soon as I'm released, I will get the check and pay y'all the back pay in full.
All right. We have your mother who would like to speak. Miss LaShondra Russell. Can we have Ms. Russell can hear from her now?
Hello,
Hello.
my name is LaShondra Russell. I am Cortez Green's mother.
Hmm.
Cortez was living at the correct address, the 2506 Farrain, ever since the day I picked him up out of Winsboro when he was released. He's been there ever since then. Cortez did go try to find jobs, but I took him as much as I could because I'm trying to work 2 jobs to provide for Cortez. If Cortez didn't let me know that he needed help to pay his fees, because I would have helped him pay his fees. I just need for Cortez to be released so I can get him back on track with society. He's really off with society for being incarcerated. I've been doing the best I could with him. Trying to get him help with doctors and trying to get him help mentally, physically, to get him back out in society the correct way. And I did meet with his parole officer a couple of times, and she was trying to fill me in on what was going on, Miss Brown. I was trying to get her input on, okay, what that he's not doing that I can help him to do to get things straight and squared away.
All right. Mr. Pete has a question for you.
Okay.
Is he on any medication?
Yes, he is. Cortez was on, I think, a depression and a blood pressure pill. It's like 3 or 4 pills that he's on.
I was talking about for mental health. So he is on mental health medication?
Yes, I had Cortez committed down south. I can't remember exactly what it was. They gave him some medication to take. Yes, sir.
Okay, and does he take his medication?
Yes, he does. Since he's there, he hasn't took it. No, but when he was at my residence, he was taking the I was putting it in his hand every day to make sure he took the medication.
But he just went off that day, went a little crazy, huh?
I think we were out of medication and it was another refill at Walmart. I didn't get to Walmart at the time to get the refill.
You were the one that called the police though,
Yes, ma'am. I was the one because I've never seen him. I've seen him angry or whatever, but I've never seen him like that type of angry.
And in that altercation, that's pretty much one of the main violations here where he ended up pleading guilty to a lesser charge. What did he do to you?
Well, it wasn't really, the way the cops described it, it wasn't really that bad. I got off from work at 1. I went there. He had a toothache or whatever. He needed some toothache medicine. I was trying to get him the toothache medicine. We were downstairs in the townhouse and he stepped on my foot, and the officers asked me what happened. I told him, well, he stepped on my foot and he called me a few bad names. Then later on, once he calmed down, he apologized. He really didn't assault or harm me or anything. He just stepped on my foot, which I think was an accident.
And why did you call the police?
Because he was so angry. I've never seen him that type of angry. I couldn't get him to calm down. And then I was trying, before the incident had occurred, I was trying to get another corner to get him some more help at another behavior clinic. Because he was going to primary health care is where I was sending him to see doctors.
Just to be clear on this point, you no longer fear any retaliation from him. You are 100% recommending that we would release him on parole back to your house.
He's more than welcome. That's my child. Never turn my back on my child. He's more than welcome to come back to my house, and I'm more to help him pay these fees.
All right.
Yeah, but the question is, are you scared of him?
No, I'm not scared of my child. No, I'm not scared of my child. He sleeps in the same household as me. I go to sleep normal. He go to sleep. I'm not scared of my child.
Okay. All right.
If I could add something to this, I want to outline what happened with the charges. He was when the police arrested him, they charged him with criminal trespassing and domestic abuse battery. The DA declined the charge of domestic abuse battery and only charged criminal trespassing. Then they amended that down to criminal mischief on the day he took the plea. So the DA had looked at it and decided there was no domestic abuse battery.
Thank you. While you're speaking, is there anything else you want to say about this case as his attorney before we vote?
Well, all I know is what's in the record because I just came on for this hearing and to try to help him out. I do know that there's a problem when you're in jail because I have a lot of clients down here that, you know, they have medical, the prescriptions for mental conditions, but it's hard to get it when they're in jail. But from what I know, he has not had any problems out here, even though he's not taking the medication. And so I think if he could get out and get his fees get paid and he gets back on his meds, you know, he can work out some of this other stuff that's going on in his life.
Yeah.
Is the deputy still in the room?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was reading the narratives. In the narratives, they had when the officer came to serve him, he refused to go back into his cell. Have y'all had any problems with him?
No, sir. No problems with him since he's been here this day.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Lastly, we'll give you, Mr. Cortez Green, a chance to make your arguments before we vote. This is your last statement.
I just hope that y'all can find a decision to let me out. I'm a changed man. I don't cause no problem. I just want to be free in society and do the right thing, sir. I hope y'all can see that I'm a changed person. That's all I have to say, sir.
All right. It would be time to vote. I'm going to ask for an executive session.
I second.
Freeman,
Yes.
Ross,
Yeah,
Badoo.
yeah.
It's a good sign.
All right. Parole board is called back to order. Do I have a motion?
Motion that we go back into regular session.
Thank you. All right, the time is 9:32 a.m. and we're reconvening the parole hearing on Cortez Green. Mr. Green, we've come to a decision. I'm the lead member on your case, so I'm gonna be the first guy to vote. And I'm gonna vote to continue you on probation and not revoke you today on the condition that prior to your release, you go to Hunt Correctional Center and have a full mental health evaluation and get a plan and follow it once you get out. You gotta get a mental health evaluation at Hunt before you release. And then once you release, you gotta follow it. And follow all the instructions of your parole officer. Reporting, paying, everything y'all said you could do. And be honest with them about where you're gonna be living. It's on you to fulfill those responsibilities. The parole officer doesn't report to you, you report to the parole officer. You understand all that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's one vote. Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Green, you pled guilty to criminal mischief. This is a violation of your parole. My vote is to revoke.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote is to do not revoke, send you to our mental health evaluation, follow all recommended treatment. Okay, and I'm gonna add a curfew on you from 9 to 6. All right, good luck to you. Now go over there and get yourself straight.
All right, thank y'all. Enjoy y'all day. Thank you.
Thank you.
You had a vote of 2-1, and it does not have to be unanimous. So today your parole is reinstated with conditions. This will conclude our business today at Ouachita Parish.
All right.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. Time now is 9:43 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are Ms. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Headquarters staff, please introduce yourself for the record.
Francis Avenue.
Thank you. Our remote location is Allen Correctional Center. Would the staff at Allen please introduce yourself for the record?
Assistant Warden Crystal Simon. Just the manual classifications.
Thank you. We have Mr. Jackson. Would you please introduce yourself by stating your full name and your DOC number for the record?
LIONEL Jackson, 582797.
All right. We'll give you a brief explanation of the process. First, I'm going to read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. We'll give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you feel you should be released. Then the warden at the facility is going to give us an update on your behavior there. We're going to allow public comments, 3 in support and 3 in opposition. We'll also allow the district attorney to speak if they're present, and then we'll conduct the parole interview. So today we have for parole consideration, LIONEL Jackson, DOC number 582797, who's a second felony offender, who was convicted of cruelty to a juvenile, another cruelty to a juvenile, and habitual offender status. And on February 20th, 2020, was sentenced to serve 15 years hard labor and 10 years hard labor to run concurrent in Orleans Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 2/2020. Your good time date is not applicable due to the charge, and your full-time date is November 26, 2030. How does that information sound to you?
Thanks, sir.
Good. All right. Well, first question is, what did you do to get yourself in this trouble?
I was angry at the time. I didn't tell nobody, the police. I didn't tell nobody. I was strung out on X-pills real bad. And my baby mother, she brought my son over and he was crying and I was agitated, you know, and I got real angry and I grabbed him and it wasn't intent to hurt him, but I grabbed him and when I shook him, and when I shook him, he stopped crying. I laid him down. And when I laid him down, I noticed he was throwing up and stuff like that. So, you know, I picked him up again. I walked around the house with him. You know, he seemed fine. So I laid him back down. The next day, my baby mama came. She came and got him. And she took him to Children's Hospital because she said he kept throwing up. And they say something about shake baby syndrome and something else, some other injuries.
Well, why do you think now is a good time to release you?
10 years ago, I was messed up 10 years ago. I had a real bad anger problem, temper problem. I didn't want nobody to tell me nothing. You know, now I feel like I'm in a better place. I took anger management classes. That class helped me out a lot. Express myself more than to act out in anger. I feel like I'm a 100% better person than I was 10 years ago.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Jail staff, can y'all give us an update on how he's been with y'all?
Yeah, he has been fine, sir, here with us. No significant write-ups. I think he only has 1 write-up since he's been here. He is one of our trustees, works, we keep him pretty busy. And I have nothing else to say other than he does his time well here.
Looking at the support and opposition today, we have no one that wants to speak in support here, but we do have some people to speak in opposition. We're going to start with Ms. Devetta Taylor, the mother of the victim in this case. Would you please go to the podium and tell us what you have to say regarding?
The letter should be on Zoom.
Okay. We'll still start with Ms. Devetta, but she's on.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, this is your chance, opportunity to talk to the parole board and tell us what you have to say about this case.
Good morning, first of all. I'm against it because still to this day, he still haven't acknowledged nothing when it comes to my son. My son was also hurt besides Miss Aronisha's son. And to this day, he still have not even acknowledged that he hurt my son. I have been through so much with my son after all of this, and I just don't understand how. Good. Okay, I understand he's doing good. He's off of his drugs or whatever the case may have been. Of course, you may have had anger issues. That's fine, but at the end of the day, you're acknowledging hurting one child. 2 kids was hurt, and not one time have I got any kind of explanation. Not one time that I have to go to the hospital because of my son with his epilepsy or anything else concerning his injuries due to what he's done to my child. I have to deal with that for the rest of my son's life. And still I have nothing, no apology, no acknowledgement, no nothing. So no, I don't feel like he learned his lesson. Yes, he acknowledged doing something to one child, but it's 2 kids that's involved. And I don't feel like he's changed. You still can't acknowledge what you've done. So no, I'm not, no, I will not support him getting out. No, I don't.
Thank you. All right, we have Miss Ornisha Riddler. Hopefully I got that right. Also a victim in this case. Who's gonna speak?
Get sick. Because my son was shook at me. He was 6 weeks old. He never gave me a chance. Because of what he did to my son, he had a cerebral palsy and epilepsy. My son cannot go a day without catching the seizure. I have a normal life of a 10-year-old. He loves to do things that normal kids could do, but he cannot because of his epilepsy. This school year had to remove him from school because of his epilepsy. That is a seizure disorder. I cannot do anything without catching a seizure. I didn't drop him off to him when the incident happened. Lel Jackson asked to get my son that week because he was off. And this is the first time I ever heard of what this son said. It's like I would like him to continue the rest of his incarcerated and be punished for what he did to our kids. Lesson is not learned, like she said, she took anger management, and I never knew Lel Jackson was on pills. I never seen the pill. I never even seen a pill from my house. I never seen them take pills. So the no day all this was going on, I never would have even dealt with a man like this. Never know even laid down as a child with a man like this. I'm totally against it. A guy has to get Botox in his legs because he has several parts on the right side of his body, affects his right side of his body. He gets Botox. He's on 5 different medications. We think about doing a brain surgery because his seizures is not regulated. He don't have a normal life because his seizures, he can't go a minute without catching his seizures. He has 4 seizures in the daytime. Because the way he did to my child was born a whole month early and nothing, no problems. From 6 weeks, that's what happened to my son. He didn't even give him a chance. And the guy who won't a chance at a normal life, there's no thing to say.
Thank you. We also have Chizidi Dauphine, who. No. Not speaking. All right. All right, we do have opposition from the Attorney General's office and the Chief of Police. The Orleans Sheriff's Office has a no comment policy. The Orleans District Attorney has no comment policy. And the judge in this case did not show any opposition. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux. So we're gonna let her begin the questioning and she'll be casting the first vote.
Mr. Jackson, how many children do you have?
2.
Two? Okay. I think your master prison record must be wrong. Let's see, 5. Okay. How many counts of shaken baby or cruelty to juveniles have you had?
3 altogether. I think it's 1, 2, 3 altogether, I think.
3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have 3 children, 3 mothers, and 3 incidences of abuse.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
And each of those families represent an entire victim group. Have you had victim awareness? You have anger management in your GED, but have you had victim awareness?
I'm in victim impact right now.
You're in what?
I'm currently enrolled in victim impact.
Yeah, oh, great. Great. Mr. Jackson, have you learned anything yet from victim impact?
Yes, I learned that for my actions, a lot of people got hurt. It's not that I'm not sorry. I apologize to everything I did to all them children. I'm not proud of it. No, I'm sadly distraught with it. Like I just was in a bad place and I didn't tell nobody because I was ashamed to tell anybody what my addiction was. So I just kept it away from everybody. I didn't bring them to the house. You know, when I went to work, I kept the pills at work. I kept the pills by friend's house. That's why I used to go over. I just was in a bad place at the time. But I feel like victim impact showing me what I've done. You know, I watched stories of how people got hurt and what it done to them. No. So.
Yes, you did. For you, you're a second class offender. How did you finish your first term of incarceration? Were you this?
I did 17 months in Jefferson Parish, fighting the charge, and I ended up getting 3 years probation or something like that in Jefferson Parish.
So that was your first cruelty to juvenile?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have these 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Freeman?
I have no questions.
I have no questions. We're ready to vote? Ms. Ledoux, you cast the first vote.
Mr. Jackson, based on your habitual, I believe that's an appropriate designation for what you've done. Nature of the crime, victim opposition, and you have not had completed your full victim awareness impact, my vote is to deny to you.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to, the heinous situation, I mean, the crime is just awful. And, the victim's opposition, my vote is also to deny.
And I vote to deny parole due to the age of the victims and the prior conviction for second-degree cruelty to juveniles. Also, the strong opposition from victim family and law enforcement. So, Mr. Jackson, today, the parole has been denied, and this concludes our business with Mr. Jackson.
Well, you said I'm back after the.
Good morning.
All right, Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. Time is 10:10 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Ms. Ledoux to the left and Mr. Freeman to my right. We're still at Baton Rouge and we're still at the Allen Correctional Center as our remote location. We're doing a hearing on Mr. Tyrone Jackson. Mr. Jackson, would you please introduce yourself by stating your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Tyrone Jackson, 159715.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information to you and ask you to verify it for the record. Then I'm going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think it'd be a good idea to release you. Then the warden's going to give us an update on your behavior at the facility. And we'll allow public comments, 3 in support and 3 in opposition. Then we'll conduct the parole interview. Today we have for parole consideration Tyrone Jackson, DOC number 159715, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of manslaughter. And on June 18th, 1998 was sentenced to serve 40 years in Iberia Parish Jail. Your parole eligibility date is October 21st of 16. Your good time date is not eligible. Your full term date is 10/21/36. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what did you do to get yourself incarcerated on this charge?
I take full responsibility for my actions and what I've done and the harm I caused families. I don't want to put blame on my addiction, but I was addicted to some, a lot of drugs, but I had a choice, you know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have been using drugs, first and foremost. I on the event of the night, you know what I'm saying, I can remember certain events that happened, but when it did happen, when I came back to my senses, I brought her immediately to the hospital where she later died hours later. But I can't say that, you know what I'm saying, that I didn't do it. I was responsible for it, and I gotta live with that for the rest of my life. And it hurt me every day that I took her life. But I just try and strive, you know what I'm saying, to be a better person now. That's not me. That's not me. I done grown. I done became a better man. I had to apply things to my life that I rejected coming up as a youngster. I grew up in prison, and I just asked for an opportunity to get out and show that I can make everyone have a different outlook on me. I want to make a difference and give back. That's what I strive for.
I think now's the time to release you.
Sir?
Why do you think now's a good time to release you? What have you done in prison to improve yourself?
I've took the majority, every self-help program that was available to me and utilize it in a way to where I had to apply it to my life. You know, I was dealing with a lot of issues in my life coming up. And at first I was in denial, and I had to accept responsibility, you know what I'm saying? Then I had to deal with humility. And it's something I never did, you know what I'm saying, accept. But when I started applying these things to my life, you know what I'm saying, I started seeing things differently, and things started to open up to where I started feeling things and start caring more about other people. You know, I came up to where, you know what I'm saying, I was numb to a lot of things. But now I have a different outlook on life. I just want to have an opportunity to prove myself.
Gotcha. All right. Joe Steph, do y'all have anything to tell us about Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Jackson actually has been at Allen Correctional Center for many years. I kind of watched him mature. I watched him grow. So he doesn't have any significant write-ups at this time. I think he's like 4 years without one. He's taken a lot of programs. And like I said, I've watched him mature in as he's done his time here in Allen.
Thank you. Today, we don't have anybody here in support that wants to speak anything.
There's actually an attorney involved, Mr. Barra.
We got it. I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong sheet. We have Richard Spears, the attorney, who would like to speak. Mr. Spears, go ahead on.
Thank you, Mr. Barra. Ladies, board, I'll be very brief. I can't add much legally. I think that it's very clear what his situation is, and he got a very set sentence, and so we know when the dates are. All I can say is that I have been involved with trying to help him for a long time now, many years. Yesterday, I spoke to him about this, and he actually started crying, and I'm surprised he didn't cry this morning. He was worried about crying, and he cried when he talked about what he did, and so I just want to recount to you that I saw serious remorse yesterday, and I'm surprised he didn't cry this morning. I know he has all kind of different emotions going through him. I'm not going to belabor the law. I know that you all know what it is. And I just would say that from a human point of view, this is a guy that I would let into my home. I would let him be around my family. And I don't say that about many of my clients. So If y'all have any questions about his case, I'm here to answer them, but that's all I would offer.
Thank you, Mr. Spears. We also have Jules Anderson, who's in support of Bishop, and he is on Zoom. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson. Can't hear you.
Oh, yes. Good morning. I want to say that I've known Tyrone family for over 40 years. Been connected with his family through ministry when his mother was living, when Tyrone was younger. I understood clearly in terms that what he went through upon the separation of his father, you know, leaving the family and thing as a child. And then he made some, got into a situation in the early stage of his life, and it was very clear that the community and everyone was shocked concerning the situation that revolved around that he was caught up in. But he was able to be responsible for that situation. And then the problem that his mother spoke to me about was that when Tyrone did come home, you know, the short period of time he was home after serving time, that he did lose focus and begin to be involved with some situations that wasn't healthy. And I was concerned about his drug use. And so it was very clear that at that time he had lost focus and got involved in that situation. But I've been kind of communicating with his mother's deceased, not father's deceased also, but from time to time with Tyrone, and encouraging him to, that he had to focus on developing himself and applying himself to becoming a better person, because he had a long time to do. I would definitely never would have thought I would even be speaking at a parole hearing this morning for him. But my understanding is, based upon my communication with him from time to time, that he have applied himself and tried to better himself, and looking forward to an opportunity maybe to work with him in the future, to work with us when we dealing with our young people and other young men in the community, to try to apply a different outlook on life so they won't end up in the same situation that Tyrone ended up in. I think that from the root of it, if he was be given opportunity, I think he'd be a positive influence in our community in making some changes and help us with the programs that we're implementing, working with problem teenagers.
Thank you. We also have Kingar Taylor.
Yes, I'm here.
A friend. You can go to the podium and you tell us what you want to tell us. We're here at headquarters.
Good morning. My name is Kimber Taylor. I'm here on behalf of Tyrone Jackson. I want to say that I have seen him grow into your scene. I've been knowing him about 32 years. I met him through my brother. My brother's a CC dad in varsity. The times he kept in touch with us, like with the family, you know, with me. And like when I lost my son, he was there for me. I lost my son to gun violence. So he made my outlook on them different. Plus, at first I really hated them. I really wanted them to pay, which I still want them to pay for what they did to my son, so they can go to jail and rehabilitate themselves like he did and be a better person when they come out. But I feel Tyrone is a real good person. I've seen him grow. He's way different from what I've been on. He was real numb at first, and now he's real, like, lovable, like a good person. Like, he's a real good person. He's good at heart.
So are you providing housing for him?
Yes.
Thank you. Today we have no one present to speak in opposition, but we do have opposition from the District Attorney's Office and Attorney General's Office. We also have letters of opposition from the victim's children. The victim had 3 children that have spoke out and reached out. We reached out to them, and they're all opposed, 2 sons and 1 daughter, strongly opposed to early release. The case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so she's going to start the questioning, and she'll be the one to cast the first vote.
Before I get started, I'd like to ask to go into an executive session. I've got clarification.
Okay, I'll second.
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Yeah.
County verification is it's called executive session. We just need to talk amongst themselves.
I make a motion that we come out of executive session.
Second. Okay, we are back in regular session. Mr. Jackson, I need to go through this file just a little bit, make sure I'm clear. You were on good time parole supervision for manslaughter that had been pled down from second degree.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you, as many people say, caught this charge that was a second degree pled down to manslaughter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're accepting responsibility now, and I appreciate that. I know when you went to the hospital, you took her to the hospital, which you said, I took her to the hospital, didn't accept responsibility.
Right, right. The state of mind I was in, I didn't want to go back to prison, and I just, you know, I can't deny that.
And I feel certain that you are doing some good things. Your behavior while you've been incarcerated, your last write-up was a phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Probation, or you parole, you were revoked. You come back with another victim dead, and you've done 27 years, but only until 2021 did you stop and start following rules, because you've had disciplinary write-ups all of those years until 2021. And I'm sure then you realized, okay, you know, I've denied in 2017, I need to kind of start doing a little better. But you still, after being denied, you have a phone. I need to be confident you're going to follow the rules of supervision.
Yes, ma'am.
How can you assure, how can you convince me you would?
Ms. Labdul, I can't deny anything you're saying. My write-ups that I did, you know, I'm not perfect, and I try hard every day. It's a struggle to where I'll be on track, then I'll fall off. You know what I'm saying? But I had an awakening. It was 17 after my mom died. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I knew that what I kept doing is wrong. But I had to apply myself. Like I said earlier when I first opened up, I had to apply myself to the things that would change me. I didn't want to really sincerely apply myself. I can say I was doing it, but I really wasn't. It took a lot for me to really come and say, you know, that I was wrong. I accept a responsibility. It took a long time for me to do that, but I had to. And by me doing that, that's a part of my change. That's a part of my growth. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying I don't know the time span that you have to be without a write-up, but I think I'm very proud of myself because if you look at my record, this is the longest I ever been without a write-up. I didn't apply for the parole today. I didn't apply for this. So I heard what you said that I went up in 17, so I'm stopped getting right. No, I didn't apply for this. I got put on the parole board. I don't know how, but I'm thankful for it.
Well, I appreciate that honesty, Mr. Jackson. I'll defer to my colleagues for any questions they may have.
Okay, Warren, I have a couple questions. Yeah, I listened to what you said, and then I see on his forms that he's medium custody and fair conduct. That's usually an alarm to us.
So he's what we consider medium honor. We have certain levels, so because of the amount of time that he has not had a write-up, he was able to earn that status, so he's medium honor. And like I said, he has grown. I have watched him grow. And what he just said, this is the longest he has not had a write-up. And that's what I noticed when I say that I've watched him grow. I noticed the change. But yes, Tyrone will sit here and tell you, just like I will, that his conduct was rough. And he's been here a while, and so I am familiar with him, but he's matured.
Okay, and then the last one, I just don't know for my own sake, what is a 30B?
Is that last write-up?
That's in 2012. I was just curious. I've never seen a 30B.
I would have to have the actual write-up, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, well, that's okay.
Exactly. I just
it was
know
in 2000.
behavior, but I'm not sure exactly what it says. 30B.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Do you know what the 30Z is? You look like you knew something about it.
Because I can't recall having it in my jacket. I can't recall.
All right. So at the time, what was your relationship with Miss Sparrow?
Well, she's my uncle raised her, and she's like a cousin to me, but I was using her residence as my hideout to get high, to hide from my mom and my girlfriend. And I used to go there, and, you know what I'm saying, and just hide out. Every time I would come from the club or during the day, you know what I'm saying, I'd just go hide out. You know what I'm saying? We were close. And she never did me anything.
What made you feel it?
I did some drugs that I couldn't handle. I hallucinated. And for what I can remember about the incident, she kept telling me, she said, you need to stop, you're gonna kill yourself. She just kept saying that. And that's really all I can really remember her saying. Because I started hallucinating, you know what I'm saying? And when I came out of it and I realized what I had done, I immediately brought her to the hospital to try to save us. I didn't want her to die.
What kind of drugs was that made you hallucinate that bad?
I was doing cocaine and acid.
Acid?
Acid tabs.
All right.
LSD.
And when you killed the first person, what made you do it then?
We were fighting. I was under the influence, but I can't blame it on that. I lost my cool. And she came at me with the knife, and it took the wrong turn, you know what I'm saying? Out the heat of passion, you know, it wasn't no repeated thing. I did something that I regretted, and I took her to the hospital, you know what I'm saying? And it's just, I had to, you know, like I said, I was a lost kid. You know, I didn't understand me myself. I didn't understand. I had to find myself in him.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Is that all the questions, everybody? You ready to vote?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Dew, you vote first.
Mr. Jackson, I hear what you're saying, and I believe you. I believe that you're seeking to do the right thing. There is a penalty that has to be paid. And, you know, today my vote is going to be to deny parole. I'm surprised didn't get hit with habitual, in this case. I hope that you continue down the right path, but because of the nature of the crime, the amount of time served, the opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I also think, you know, you gave a very good interview. You're real honest. I mean, the problem is, this is 2 lives you've taken in your lifetime now. And I just don't think it would be sending the right message to let you out at this time. But keep doing what you're doing and reapply, because you are doing great and you have rounded that corner, as the warden said. So stay positive and then reapply. My vote is to deny.
And I'm going to concur with my 2 colleagues for the same reasons they already said. So what this means today, Mr. Jackson, is that your parole has been denied. And this concludes our business with you.
All right, thank you.
Sibley,
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is 7/16/25. Time is 10:48 a.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today, and my colleagues on the panel are Ms. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. Panel is at headquarters, and we're still at remote location of Allen Correctional Center. Today, we're doing a hearing on Mr. Cecil Sibley. Mr. Sibley, would you please introduce yourself? Give us your full name and DOC number for the record.
Cecil Eugene Sibley, DOC is 751028.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief summary of the process. We're going to read some information into the record and ask you to verify it. I'm going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you should be released. Then we're going to ask the jail staff for some information about you. We're going to allow public comments, 3 supporters in your favor and 3 in opposition. And then we're going to conduct the interview. Today we have for parole consideration Cecil Sibley, DOC number 751028, who was a first felony offender who was convicted of molestation of a juvenile on September 14th, 2020, and sentenced to serve 10 years hard labor in Ascension Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 7/30/25. Your good time date is not eligible due to the crime, and your full term date is 7/28/30. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Sibley?
Yes, sir.
All right, and go ahead and tell us what you did to get yourself incarcerated.
Years ago, I got into pornography when I was very young, and it led to this. I went on throughout the years without just hiding it from everybody, and eventually it just started slow, and then it progressed and went on until finally I wound up doing a lot of things that I'm not proud of. A lot of things that I'm very ashamed of. And it led on to this part here to where I finally molested the victim. That's what happened.
Why do you think now's the time to let you go? What's different now?
This happened over 20-something years ago, and since that time, the part where when all this took place, I was in a bad place. I almost committed suicide, and I wound up turning my life around and going back in the direction that I wanted to be in. And I had my pastor was helping me with it a little bit, and I am a born-again Christian, and I have learned, over the years that what I did was very wrong, and there's just a lot of things that has changed in my life since then. I have a lot of family support since all this has come out. My wife has been with me for 41 years, and up until all this happened, she did not know I had problems with this, because I hid it from her, and I hid it from a lot of my friends. And he said, I regret what I've done. I made some bad choices back then, things that haunt me in my everyday life. And, I've came here been here for 10 months, and I've tried my best to get into classes that I needed to get into and to learn from them. Victim impact has really put answered a lot of questions and helped me out a lot. I've learned that's not just the victim, but everybody's involved. Like my wife, my family, my friends, they're all victims. And I've hurt them bad.
All right. How about the jail staff? Do y'all have any reports on him for us?
He's been in Allen since September of last year. He has 0 write-ups, no write-ups since he's been here. Like I told him when I spoke to him on Monday, I don't even know him, which is normally a good thing, here. So, I don't have a lot to say about Mr. Sibley other than he does his time very quietly, very well.
Has he had pre-release, that you have record of?
I'm sorry, did you say pre-release, Ms. Woody?
Pre-release, right now.
He's currently enrolled in pre-release, and are you currently enrolled in victim impact? Are you completed
Victim
it?
impact, I've completed victim impact. And pre-release, I'll be completed with it next month.
He's currently enrolled in sex offender treatment as well.
When will that be completed?
That, it takes a while. I think he's in phase 2.
I'm in 2.
And there's 4 phases.
Just
Yes.
worked up phase 3, and then I'll. No.
We have some supporters here at headquarters who would like to speak. We have Mr. Charles Smith, pastor and friend. Mr. Smith, would you step up to the podium and tell us what you have to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Cecil. I've known him for about 45 years, and I've been his pastor for going on 6 years. And I was the youth pastor for both of his children, most of the family's children as well. No idea he had any issues going on, which is usual in a situation like this. But having had the opportunity to spend time with him over the last several years in the different facilities he's been in, I've had the opportunity to just talk with him and see where he's at in his not recovery, but his learning through all of this. And there's a lot of hurt, a lot of pain that's been caused on both sides. You understand that. But I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the change that this has made in his life. Cecil's told me that he's thankful that he has been able to go through what he's going through, not the reason for which he's doing it, but that this has brought him to a point where he's been able to get into a right relationship with God, which is huge for the victim and offender. And so he does have a support system if you are willing to grant parole. It's my opportunity to be as much of a help to keep him accountable, which I know that is huge. I recommend that for everybody. We all need someone to hold ourselves accountable to. And that is one of the things that I'm willing to do to help walk him through this to make sure he doesn't have any issues going forward. I've worked with the family all the way around for many years. I've known him for many years. He does have a complete support system once he is released. And do our best to make sure that he follows all the rules and continues his recovery to be accepted back in the community as an upstanding community. So, thank you.
I have a
Yes, ma'am.
question. What church are you affiliated with?
We are Liberty Baptist Church of San Mark, formerly San Mark Baptist Church. Founded 51 years ago.
And would he have any kind of leadership role in the church?
We have a church policy that my son helped design, where situations like this would be, we allow somebody to visit the church, absolutely, we want everybody to come, and seek spiritual guidance, grow in their spiritual walk. But as far as leadership potential, that's not an option. Our goal at church is to make sure everyone's protected. I understand that every organization, every ministry has issues that they have to deal with, and some things that I found out later on that it just things I didn't know about. But we've taken steps to make sure everyone is able to be protected.
And y'all are mandatory reporters.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, next we have here at headquarters, Miss Elizabeth Sibley in support his mother.
Cecil's mother. He's always been a very, what we call a very special child growing up. He has a brother, and they're both very special to us. We try to train them the right way. They've been in church since they were kindergarten's age. Took a lot of different courses over the years and everything. But on his life's journey, he got out on his own, got off on the wrong path. I realized that he made mistakes that will affect him the rest of his life. Like you said a while ago, this was a long journey from about 20 years ago to me. And yes, it affected him and what went on. But I think while he's been here, he's grown closer to the Lord. He never disappointed God again, never. But I think it'll affect him the rest of his life because a lot of people, because it's in families, won't let him forget. You know, and that's what happens to a lot of these men, even women that get out. You know, you remember the bad thing that happened. So I pray about my heart that we, as a family and his friends, can uphold him and help him through this process. He has a lot of support, as you can tell through all the letters that were written. Different friends, but what we're praying for, I guess, today from y'all is to have grace and mercy on him. His dad and I are in our 80s and not in good health. We need him. His wife and his family needs him. He's got 2 children that have done marvelously well through all of this. One's a missionary in Germany, and the other one spent 7 years in the service and doing well in college. So he has support all the way around. His church family, his family, his friends. So I'm asking for that for him today. We also pray in God's will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we also have Danielle Dulac, a niece, in support on Zoom. You can go ahead.
Hi, I'm not in support.
Okay.
I'm
We got-
sorry.
Sorry about that. Got you in the wrong column. But we can take you now.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
call- Right.
All right. I do have a couple things to say. Firstly, like, just while he was molesting me, he was a deacon and a Sunday school teacher in the church. So, like, yes, they didn't know about it, but he definitely used his religion to cover for him, I do believe. And so I'd also, like to say that due to his pervasive behaviors and repeated incidences of pedophilia, I do request the court to please consider the nature of his crimes and high potential for reoffending and not to let him out yet. He started out as a peeping Tom, and many people knew about that, and then he escalated that into molesting me. It is my very firm belief that he should not live among the general population, at least not yet. He be required to serve his full sentence, which is not that much longer, really. The nature of his crimes, they have had lifelong implications. And yes, it was only 20 years ago, but I am only 35. And that is not a long time for me. I'm just now beginning to really wake up to all the abuse and see how it has affected me. I struggle with so many things. I've had suicidal ideations. I had to leave my home and my support system, which is also my family, because he is my aunt or my uncle through marriage. Like, that was my family too, and they've chosen to support him instead of me. So I've had to leave. I struggle with all kinds of things, sleep disturbances and nightmares. I can't think straight. I have a great difficulty with my own self-worth. I have intrusive thoughts, your standard depression and anxiety. I struggle with my interpersonal relationships. I do meet the criteria for PTSD, which is unfortunate. As a result of his very selfish actions that he knowingly chose to put me through, I am going to have to deal with this forever. And I just don't feel like he should be allowed to just serve 5 years and be done. He needs to at least serve his full sentence. And that's really all I'm asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more person at headquarters, Ms. Tawana Sibley, a wife who's in support, not speaking. We also have opposition from the judge in this case, the district attorney in this case, and the attorney general's office in this case. We also have opposition letters from other victims in this case who state they're opposed to release. With that being said, we'll turn this over to Mr. Freeman, who's the lead on this for question.
Okay, good morning. All right, I see that you were charged with 2 counts. You pled to 2 counts. How many different victims were there?
There was 2 different victims. One was just a fondling case, and that was dismissed, and as far as I know, and in the molestation.
What did you learn from your sex offender classes? What are your triggers?
As far as, I don't quite understand the question, I guess.
What leads you to do stuff like this? In sex offender class, that you're supposed to learn what causes your actions.
Yes, sir. Like I said, this was a long time ago this started. And with any, I guess, anything when it comes to pornography or anything like that, it leads on and leads on and leads on to what I had did. And it got to the point to where, just like drugs, it was nothing satisfying, you know, and then finally I committed what I did. And I have learned, like I said, over the years, there's a book that I had learned and studied, and it's called Every Man's Battles. And it pretty much was written by two men that has gone through the similar thing that as what I have gone through, and some other men. And it pretty much taught me how to just how to look at a woman and from here up instead of down. And I have really learned that way, not to even things that comes on TV, and if it comes in a certain way, whether it be a woman in a bikini or something like that, I turn around and I walk out. I don't stand around and watch it, because that's what causes my problem. And did that answer your question? I mean,
Yes, sir. Okay. And how many children do you have of your own?
I have two. One, my daughter, which is the oldest, she and her husband, and she has I have two grandkids, and they live in Germany. My grandson is just turned 18, and he will be going to college here in the States. And my son, he's 27, I think 27, and right now he's living with my wife. He's gotten out of the Army. He was in the Army for 7 years, and now he's taking college courses, which is doing very well.
Okay. Do they have contact with you? Do you have regular contact with your children?
Yes, sir, I do. My son comes to visit me once a month. He comes to visit me.
Okay.
And my daughter and them, they're coming into the States, I think, I want to say next week. And I'm hoping to see my daughter and son-in-law, which I haven't seen in a long time.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Do you have any questions?
I kind of had a question about the time. You were arrested in 2017, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I see that you were sentenced in 2020. Were you out on bail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it took 3 years, but you didn't get jail credit because you were out. Okay.
So you've done 5 years?
Yes, sir. It will be 5. I did 6 weeks before I was on bail, and then I think that backed my time up till the end of July. I think it's the 30th is my 5 years.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. No more questions. I don't have any questions. We ready to vote?
Okay, I have to vote first since I was assigned your case. First off, I gotta admit from the get-go, I wouldn't let you out without you completing your sex offender treatment. I think you need sex offender treatment. That needs to be completed. And also, you keep saying it was a long time ago, but it did happen. It doesn't matter how long ago it was. It was 2 young children. They are affected by it. My vote today is to deny due to victim opposition, and that's it.
Mr. Sibley, I'm glad to see that you're in the necessary courses for release. You have to have a pre-release, and you have to have sex offender. Well, you don't have to have sex offender, but for me, you do. And also substance abuse. If you might want to check out Mr. Gordon to see if he needs substance abuse. But my vote is to deny parole at this time. You know, as you know, Apostle Paul did good things in prison too. So keep up the good work.
And I also concur with my colleagues and vote to deny based on the law enforcement opposition, the victim opposition, and the details of the crime. So today, Mr. Sibley, your parole has been denied. Continue with your progress in your programs and reapply when eligible.
Is there a time for that?
Myron Turner. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. Time is 11:27 a.m. And my name is Danny Barra, Chairman today. We have Mr. Ledoux and Mr. Freeman here too. The panel's still at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and we're still at Allen Correctional Center dealing with Mr. Myron Turner. Can you please give us your full name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Myron Lee Turner, DOC number 435-476.
All right. We'll give you a brief explanation of the process. First, I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it, and we're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then the jail staff is going to give us some information about you, what they have. We'll allow public comments, 3 supporters and 3 in opposition to speak, and then we'll conduct the parole interview. So today we have for parole consideration Myron Turner, DOC number 435-476, who's a 3rd felony offender, who was convicted of 2nd-degree battery, obstruction of justice, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, resisting an officer, 2 counts, possession of marijuana, 2nd offense, distribution of cocaine, and habitual offender status. And on August 5th, 2014, September 16th, 2014, and December 16th, 2015, was sentenced to serve a total of 35 years in Plaquemine Parish. Your parole eligibility is January 6th of 2025. Your good time date is 10/11 of 42, and your full term date would be August 3rd of 49. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, what did you do to cause your incarceration? I know that's a big question, but with all of those charges, what we see the charges, but what's the problem behind all that?
The root cause of my problems would be substance abuse issues. Continue to live a negative lifestyle, sir. I lived a life, an ungodly life, I'll say. I'm not proud of. I accept full responsibility for my actions. You know, I did some things that I'm not proud of. There's no justification for it. Several different things, factors. You know, I faced a lot of trauma in my youth. One thing led to another. I encountered a lifestyle and I continue to live in that hub. Not really having full understanding of how life should be lived.
Gotcha. So why do you think we should reach you now? What's changed? What's new? You said it was a lifestyle. And
Yes,
you've
sir.
been in trouble since you were, I think, 13 years old.
Yes, sir.
What's different?
Throughout my incarceration, you know, I've taken full advantage of every opportunity that I can. Every opportunity that's been presented to me to rectify my behavior problem as well as my addiction. Here at Allen, I've been awarded several certified rehabilitation programs throughout my incarceration that has helped me improve the quality of living, helped me get a better understanding of myself, and taught me different skills that I never once possessed. Thankful today to have taken thinking for a change here at Allen. Thinking helps control behavior. I've learned that. I've learned how to pay attention to my thinking, recognize the risky thoughts, you know, and use new thinking. You know, throughout my incarceration, I constantly strive to be better. I've never taken anything for granted. I use all my time wisely and participate in everything that I possibly anticipate to make myself better. I know today that I'm not who I was yesterday, or in my past, should I say, and I've done everything in my power to make sure that I will be able to return to society, a productive member of that society upon return. So,
Tell us some of the classes that you finished that were most impactful that changed you.
oh, thinking for a change, definitely. And thinking for a change, we learned that thinking controls behavior. Thinking for a change is a program that consists of 3 parts: social skills, learning social skills, cognitive self-change, and problem-solving solutions. In addition to that, I think the program that has the most profound effect on my life here was NAAA. And NAAA, I've learned a new way of life. It has affected me profoundly. I have partaken also in Moral Compass, which is a mentorship program. It helped me to be able to assist and help others. I've been part of a mentorship program here at Allen, in which I was a mentor on a tier. That's currently on pause right now. That is subject to return soon. And it's been a blessing, to be part of those programs. I believe that Narcotic Anonymous, sitting in those circles, being part of those circles, sharing strength, hope, and encouragement, learning that, their behaviors, it's behavior modification inside of Narcotic Anonymous, and there's also substance abuse issue. But more importantly, I learned that NAAA is a spiritual program. I learned that honesty is important. I learned also honesty, willingness, and having the desire. To have a desire to change, one can change. And I trust and I have confidence in what I've learned here throughout my incarceration and things that I've applied to my life that I can return to society as productive members of society.
And which classes have you taken to address your substance abuse?
Living in balance, and I have repeatedly, consistently stayed in Narcotics Anonymous. I have chaired Narcotics Anonymous for the last 2 years here at Allen.
Just that, do y'all have anything to fill in on him?
Just to piggyback off of what he said, he has been very beneficial here at Allen, especially with the AA and NA courses. He's a leader in that group. Anything I throw at Turner, he will take on and try out, and he's been very instrumental in helping us with the programming, facilitating some programs. So he's been here a long time. I'm very familiar with him. He keeps a good record. He does well here at the facility.
All right, thank you. Today we have some people in support on Zoom who would like to speak. We'll start with Rody Sims, a sister who would like to speak in your behalf.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin with a verse that truly reflects a journey of growth and transformation that I have witnessed in Myron. 1 Peter 5:10, after you have suffered a while, the God of all grace, who has called you to his eternal glory in Christ, will himself restore, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. This scripture reminds me that even through suffering, there is redemption. I am here today to express my family's full unwavering support for Myron as he is restored to society. Myron has a village that's behind him, and we will take advantage of every available opportunity to assist him to better himself. Myron and I have talked several times, and we've developed a thoughtful and structured re-entry plan that is centered around hard work, education, and responsibility. And our family stands behind him, and we are fully committed to supporting him emotionally, spiritually, mentally, practically as he reintegrates into society. Thank you.
You gonna be living with you?
He has the option of me or my mother.
And which one of y'all lives in the lowest crime area?
I'm not sure that either of us do. I currently reside in St. John the Baptist Parish, and we have had a high uptick.
Right. Thank you. We also have a friend, Narby Southern, who would like to speak in support.
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good morning. I'll take this time to speak on behalf of Myron Turner. Him and I have been lifelong friends. we pretty much grew up the same way, and we pretty much made a lot of the same decisions. But currently, it seems like, I've woken up a little faster than he did, but I try to be an inspiration to him to show him that we all can change. I successfully completed my parole. I currently been on my job over 10 years. I own my own home and I purchased my own vehicle. And I'm currently in talks with my manager now to see if there's a job opportunity for him also. I've had numerous talks with him over the last 5 years or so. We stay in contact. He's one of my best friends. And I try to teach him, financial literacy and other things that we didn't learn as children, that we now know as adults, that we can make a change and make a difference in our community. And the biggest thing that I applaud him for is that he's very consistent and very persistent about helping those that are younger than us so they don't make the same mistakes that we made. And I told him I fully support him in any way. And upon his release, I'm going to try my best to help him gain employment, to help him stay on the right track, to help him succeed the same way that I did. And I try to be an example, and I lead by example in everything that we talked about. He's a very good-hearted person, made some bad decisions in life, and we all take accountability for our own actions. We don't make excuses anymore because we're adults. So upon his release, if he needs any kind of help, I'm there for him, whether it's transportation, whether he needs help paying his parole fees or anything. He knows he's one of my best friends, and I'll help and support him to the end of time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we have Detrice Smith-Jones with the Reentry Executive Director. Would like to speak?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Detrice Smith-Jones. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Servant's Heart International Outreach Program. We are a Jefferson Parish reentry facility that is supported by the Department of Corrections. Secretary LeBlanc has came down and said that we are a model program. We have several inmates who have been released that are now doing well in our program. We have a 98% success rate. Only one person has returned, and that was for a dirty urine screen. Other than that, we have not had real offenders. Mr. Myron and myself have been working together for the last 15 months. He has been a part of our social substance abuse program and psychosocial therapeutic program. Attached to our reentry program, we have master level social workers that work with us, that assist us with behavior changes, with behavior modification, as well as job assistance programs as well. He has a bed here with us on now. I actually just got off the phone with the councilman of District 3, which is in Jefferson Parish, to make sure that he's in support of Mr. Myron being released to us in Marrero facility. We actually have a couple other guys that were released a couple of months ago, and they're doing exceptionally well. Mr. Myron has worked with us on showing us his leadership skills. He has been working with the youth. He has been doing writing letters. He has been doing as much as he can from behind the jail cell. He has been trying to speak out and tell the youth the things that he has done wrong. He has taken full accountability for his actions. And so we 100% support him to come home to be with us. Our program starts with 6 months. He is required to be with us, but he can stay with us up to 18 months. He does not have to worry about transportation, job. We take care of 100% of him. All we ask of him is to make all of his substance abuse classes 4 times a week. He is to attend school. We also have a program affiliated with Delgado Community College through the MJ Foster program, where it will be enrolled in school. He can pick a trade, whether it's CDL, he can pick welding, he can pick forklift, he can pick HVAC, that is already paid for through the MJ Foster program. What we do, we don't have a lot of beds. We have 18 beds. We go through, we find the guys that we feel are ready for our program to make this commitment, because it is a commitment. You will be living with us. He is able to visit his family, but at night he has a curfew at 10 p.m. He actually has chores around there, and we will pay him. The we have the council's office that has given us the program that pays them to live with us 4 hours a day to do work around the facility. We have a 4-acre facility. For the first 2 months, he will not be able to leave the facility. He's able to visit anywhere within the 4 acres. We have a farm, we have chickens. We do equestrian therapy as well with horses, that he can learn to nature and nurture things so that he can learn responsibility. He will be given a task. Our hens are laying hens, so he will be in charge of making sure that they hatch, and the eggs, they will be eating off those eggs. We have a farm that we have growing products for his greens, lettuce, tomatoes, so that he can catch, or he can grow what he eats. So we're teaching him how to live a productive lifestyle with us in this facility. Like I said, the first 6 months he has to be with us, and after the 6 months, then it's usually the parole board tells us what they want from us. If they want him to stay up to the 18 months, we will work substantially with you all to make sure that we give you the full report on him. But as of now, you can ask Secretary LeBlanc. We have a very, very substantial program that's working here in Jefferson Parish. We're supported by our police chief, our police Mr. Lapinto. Mr. Lapinto supports us as well. They also fund our program, as well as the council, Jefferson Parish Council's office also supports. We are the only facility in Jefferson Parish with reentry. So he has been awarded a position with us. So if you guys are gracious enough to hand him over to us, like I said, he'll be handed over to 10 master level social workers who will be working with him directly, and we will make sure that he has all the skills required before we fully allow him to re-enter into society. So he has to first master our program before he's released. And that becomes with graduating from Delgado, obtaining a trade. But we assist them with buying a car. We assist them with getting their own house before we are allowing them to leave out in the community. We take 50% of their check, we save it for them, we give them the other 25 to put into a savings account, and 25 they're able to buy the personal things that they need. So when they are ready to make those big changes in life for his housing or vehicles, we go ahead and match them with the 50%. They pay 50, we pay the other 50 to make sure that he has what he needs to succeed on a successful level in this community.
Breathe. All right.
Yes.
What's the
I
name of
tried
your
to get it all in 3 minutes. I tried to get it all
What's
in.
the-
You gave me 3 minutes.
What's the name of your program?
Servant's Heart. Servant's Heart International Outreach. Servant's Heart. Yes.
HEART? Okay.
HEART International Outreach. And we are sponsored by the Department of Correction, the
Okay.
Jefferson Parish Council, and the Jefferson Parish Sheriff Department.
If we were to grant him parole today, when could you take him into your program?
Today, he coming with me.
You got a spot with him?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for her? No. All right, that was a pretty good presentation. However, we do have opposition to your release from the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, and the attorney general. And we have a victim in the battery case that's opposed. Go ahead.
Mr. Turner, while the presentation was going on by Ms. Smith-Jones, question in my mind is that where you want to go? Is that something that you've agreed to, or are you wanting to go? Because I see on your other paperwork, Fort Sulphur. So, what were your plans for reentry?
Well, upon release, my mother lives in Port Sulphur. I've been going for my mother for a long time, so for my residence, I put that for my residence. I've been away from my mother nearly 11 years now. And to be around her, to be close to her, would have been beneficial, so that way I can know her needs and help her to meet her needs. However, the Servant's Heart program is a good program, and I would like to learn the ins and outs about it, know all about it, qualify with it, and hopefully I can extend it and bring it down to Blackman's Parish if it be possible.
You're not willing to parole out to Servant's Heart International at this time?
Yes, ma'am. I would be willing to parole out to them.
Then that would be a commitment. You heard the commitment you have to make.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. I would agree to that commitment, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to ask it one more time. You heard the commitments that she requires of you. Are you prepared to sign a contract or whatever it is, go to their facility as your parole exit plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions, anybody? What, to him? Oh, for him, yeah. No, not him. All right. If we don't have any more questions, it's time to vote. The case is assigned to me, so I vote first. And I think you have a good plan over there at Service Heart Outreach. I think it's a good program. So I am going to vote to grant you parole conditionally upon acceptance into the Service Heart International Outreach Program, that you comply and you stay with them for the full 18 months.
Wow.
And that you complete the substance abuse evaluation and treatment while you're there, that you do the AA, that you abide by their curfew, that you have random drug screens, and that you stay out of Blackman Parish. The sheriff over there is very opposed to your return to Blackman Parish. So you need to stay out of Blackman Parish. And that's my one vote.
Okay, Mr. Turner, I'm not gonna lie, I put down I was gonna deny you, with your criminal history and the facts of the events with the man getting stabbed and everything. But I like that Hearts program, so I'm gonna give you a shot, but I too want him to stay there 18 months. Can y'all tell us y'all gonna abide by that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
And during that 18 months, you save your money and you try to find a place outside of Blackman Parish. Because you committed a lot of stuff in Blackman Parish and they don't want you over there.
I'm actually, y'all will commit to 18 months?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I'll
sir.
be gone before 18 months.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, we definitely will commit. And like I said, we work
Okay,
back and
that's all
forth with, okay,
that you
yes,
commit. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
yes.
So that's my vote too, that you go there for 18 months with all the conditions Mr. Barra stated.
My vote is also to grant. I feel like you have done some really good work in terms of your trades and proven that I think you turned the corner. So my vote is to grant, but I'm a grant to the Servant's Heart International.
So what this means is that today your parole has been granted to conditionally to the Service Heart program, which you must complete. If you don't complete it, then you're going to be right back where you started from. We're in that same, maybe in that same prison. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good luck to you. This concludes our business with Mr. Turner today.
You know how that's gonna work out for us to transition into that?
Parole board is called to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. The time is 12:02 p.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Freeman to my right. We're still conducting hearings from headquarters in Baton Rouge, and we are still at a remote location of Allen Correctional Center. We're working on a case with Frank FREGIA. Frank, would you please introduce yourself, stating your full name and DOT number for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is FreeJ, Frank Allen FreeJ Jr. My DOT number is 428356.
All right. I'll give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. I'm going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to cause your incarceration and why you think you should be released. Then I'm going to ask the warden, the jail staff, for some information from them. And we're going to allow public comments. And then we're going to conduct an interview.
Yes,
so let's begin. Today we have for parole consideration Frank FreeJ, DOC number 428356, who's a second felony offender who was convicted of indecent behavior with a juvenile, and on October 14, 2011, was sentenced to serve 25 years hard labor at the Calcasieu Parish. Your parole eligibility date is 12/16/22. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is 6/17/35. Does that information sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what did you do to get yourself in trouble?
Well, I was left in charge to watch over 2 minor children. In my own selfish way, I committed some lewd, mischievous acts. I was under the influence of methamphetamine or drugs. It's not something that I'm proud of, or I'm actually very ashamed of it. And that's about it, sir. I mean, I know I messed up real bad. I take all responsibility for the crimes that I've been convicted of, sir. And I just made a selfish decision, sir.
All right. Why do you think we should let you go now? What's different now?
Sir, I've had many years to reflect on the crimes and the life that I was living. I know I messed up a lot. I made a lot of decisions, a lot of bad decisions while I was under the influence. My drug addiction played a big factor into that. I've had a lot of time to grow, sir, and I have to say that I feel much better today than I did before I was incarcerated, and I hate that it took this and for people to get hurt, sir, for me to get out of them ways, sir. And I know I hurt a lot of people, and I just want I'm just a better person today. I have morals, I have goals now. Back then I did not have them, and I think I would be a good asset to my community, and be productive today. I've been working in prison industries for 10 years. I've been holding a steady job. I've taken my classes that I've needed to take, mostly dealing with addiction, and I've completed the sex offenders program, sir, which really did a lot for me. That's about it, sir.
Yo, Steph, do y'all have anything to add to it?
Just a little bit, yes. Frank has been here at Allen for like 13 years, working in the prison enterprises plant. So he has a trade. He can support himself if he was to be released. Frank shared with me Monday how he finally owned his crime, and that it took him so long. He hid it behind the lies, but he finally, it took years, but he finally owned it, accepted, and realized what he did. And I asked him, how did that make you feel? He was like, it was like a burden lifted off. So I thought that was just important to mention, just because I don't think he was going to brag on himself, but I've never had an offender talk to me that way and just tell me how they own it, especially that type of crime. He hasn't had any write-ups since he's been here at Allen. He has 0 write-ups actually. And he's, like I said, he's been here for 13 years. So here at the facility, we had no problem with Frank.
Thank you very much.
May I say something?
Okay.
I just here recently, like, admitted, I don't know if I'm still on.
Yeah, you spoke.
I just here recently had come out and I admitted to my sons, because they never asked me, did I do it or anything like that, but I admitted to them, and it just made me feel, like she said, it took a burden off of me, and I've lost friends because, well, so-called friends, because I told them that I actually did it, and but it's okay, I don't need them, but I thank y'all for this opportunity.
Well, we do have someone in support. We have Marcus FreeJ, your son, who would like to speak on your behalf, coming on Zoom.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir. I agree with what the lady said about him telling people. I have children of my own now, and for him to come out and tell me that, it really meant a lot, and you could hear it in his voice when he told me. And I would like for my dad to meet my girls one day, and I thank y'all for letting him have this opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was the only person we had who wanted to speak. We do have some opposition. The judge in the case wrote that they were strongly opposed to your release. The district attorney wrote they're extremely opposed to your release and think you're dangerous. The sheriff's office is opposed to your release. The chief of police is opposed to your release. The attorney general is opposed to your release. And victim's mother is opposed to your release. So we do have some opposition to your release. We have Mr. Freeman assigned the case, so he's going to ask you a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Frank, have you completed your sex abuse, sex offender treatment classes?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell me what you got out of that. What triggers, what you need to do to stay away from things.
Yes, sir. There's, first of all, there's 27 risk factors. There's different risk factors, that you can identify yourself with. And the 27th one was actually the one I identified myself the most with, which was mind-altering substances. They had a couple other ones that I could identify with, but that was my main thing, the main reason why I committed these crimes. I feel I would never have done any of this if I was not under the influence of the drugs, but that would be it, sir.
Okay. Did you go to trial or you took a plea bargain?
I took a plea. I took the Alfred plea, sir.
Okay. And how long have you actually served on this crime?
I have served 15 years.
Okay. And your time was 25, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And, what would you do, for a sobriety plan if you got out?
Well, I have a couple of friends out there that are going to Glad Tidings. They have weekly meetings, counseling on addiction. And that's what I planned on doing upon my release.
Okay, let's see. And I think you had, how many times you were on probation? Once or
Just
twice?
once. Yes, sir.
Once. Yeah, that we got both.
Yes, sir.
And, the victim in this case, the mother is opposed. As the lady said, you have 0 disciplinary write-ups. I have no further questions.
Okay.
How did you have access to these children?
I was watching over them. I was actually the mother's friend. I was staying in and out with her, and I would watch over her children.
Did you have any children of your own at the
Yes,
time?
ma'am.
You
Yes,
had
ma'am.
all
I
three?
did. Ma'am,
How many children do you have?
I have 3 sons.
That was the question I needed.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any questions. I got them in already. Okay. We ready to vote?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. FreeJ, I guess that's it. First off, I want to thank you for being honest during your interview, because you were very honest.
Yes, sir.
I feel that you are heading 100% in the right direction. The biggest thing was admitting it. And I think you've learned a good lesson. The problem is that, you got to do the time for what you've done. And like the judge said, he cannot believe you even up for parole already. And he wish he could have given you longer. So I don't want to diminish what you've done, because you've done great. But the bottom line is, with that serious nature of the crime, I think you need to do more time. So my vote today is to deny.
Frank, it was actually, this crime was pled down. You agreed to indecent behavior, but it was actually charged at a higher crime, molestation. And so you got a break there. And I'm glad that you're a productive member of the community there at Allen, and I encourage you to continue along those lines. Not but today, my vote is to deny.
And I'm going to concur with them for the same reason, and also encourage you to keep on doing what you're doing and apply again as soon as possible with a few more certificates and a little bit more classes under your belt, and might get a different. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what this means is, Mr. FreeJ, is today your parole has been denied. And this is going to our business with Mr. FreeJ.
That's very disturbing.
Committee on Parole is called back to order. Today's date is July 16th, 2025. The time is 12:27 p.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. I have Ms. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. The panel is still located at Baton Rouge headquarters, and our remote location is still at Allen Correctional Center. We're working on a hearing for Mr. John SHIEF, I believe is right.
Yes.
Mr. SHIEF, please give us your full name and your DOC number.
John Sheep, John Allen Sheep, 126506.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information to the record and ask you to verify. We're going to give you a chance to speak. Then we're going to ask the warden for some information. Then we're going to allow public comments and we'll conduct an interview with you. So today we have for parole consideration, John Sheep, DOC number 126506, who is a fifth felony offender who was convicted of unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, distribution of heroin, and possession with intent to distribute heroin, and habitual offender status. And on July 24th, 12 and January 11th, 12, was sentenced to serve 3, 25, 4, and 25 for a total of 25 years in Orleans and Jefferson parishes combined. Your parole eligibility date is May the 12th, 17. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is February 13th, 36. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Sheep?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the first question is, what did you do to get yourself in all of that trouble?
Not thinking, wanting to be something I couldn't be, selling drugs and trying to get by. All the things that I could have did better with my life, I didn't do. I had a chance to make a better life. I didn't use them. Selling drugs, thinking that I wasn't doing nothing to hurt anybody else, but I was hurting everybody else and hurting myself, hurting my family, and finding myself right back in the same situation over and over again.
So why is now a different time, a good time to let you go?
Ooh, since I've been in here, I done been through a whole lot of changes. A whole lot of changes. I done got myself together. I've been to all type of meetings. I done been in the NAAA with fellow person who just left out of here. I done learned a lot from them. I done heard stories. I done told my stories. I done grew better, a better person than I was back then. I done did a lot, I can see better now. But like when you put yourself in a situation where you can't get out of, that's when you get a chance to think better. When you're moving like you're moving on the streets or in the world out there, you don't have time to think about the mistakes and all the bad things you did to yourself. And I look at the children today that I'm in here with, and I'm looking at them with the struggle they're going through and the bad mistake they're still making while they're in here. That's how I know I'm ready. I know I'm ready for the streets and a productive life out there. I lost my son while I was in here. He was 14 years old. Got shot 22 times. He died while I've been in here. He had a daughter he never met. I got a granddaughter now that's looking forward to me being out. My mom, my parents, they're 80-something years old now. They need me more than anything in the world. I know I'm not a bad person for as well. I just made a lot of bad decisions in my life. So I know this time, if I get a chance to go out there, I'm going into all types of self-help programs. I'm going to NAA. I'm going to do everything I'm doing up in here that's making me succeed and look better and do better in society.
I got you. I see you had a parole hearing on March 8th of 2022. And you got denied back then. What programs have you done since that hearing in March 8th of 22? What major programs have you completed?
Yeah, I got my GED since then. I boys the men. I got 2 more NAAA certificates. I got man in the mirror, man on a mission. I did a lot of more things, but school took me since I dropped out like in the 6th grade. School took me like 2 years to be able to get myself together where I hadn't got my GED, because that was kind of hard for me. So I really was studying school more than when I was able to do everything. When I leave school, I had to get in the dome and do my work and everything.
Let me ask you something. Can you verify, Jeff, Steph, can y'all verify that he completed those classes? Because I'm not seeing that in his record.
Yes,
Why
sir.
you why you
have
look?
certificates, and
He did?
yes, sir, and I definitely
Not
know
GED.
his GED. Yes, he did. He did.
But I'm talking about not the GED. He said man in the middle, man somewhere else,
Being in the mirror.
voice to
and
man.
Voice to men. I know I signed those certificates the other day, huh? Are those the certificates that you
Yeah,
did get?
I didn't get man in the mirror and man on a mission because they still had to sign them. I just finished all those
You
classes.
just finished several of them, yes, sir.
Right. Mr. Freeman, question.
Yeah, I saw at the last one, they wanted you to get a lot of substance abuse treatment.
I got 2 more classes in that. I got 2 more
Right,
certificates.
and I just wanted to state for the record, it's not really you. I mean, I'm reading this, inmate does not have a history of substance abuse and is not eligible for substance abuse program. He is on backlog for living in balance. Yet you got about 30 drug charges on your rap sheet. I don't know where this came from.
That's what I said. Yeah, when I reviewed his record, Mr. Freeman, I thought, well, his charges are drug related. So I don't know where that confusion came from, but he's definitely.
But he's definitely tried.
Yes, sir.
He's made an effort.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it, Warden.
All right. I'm looking at the next step would be the people in support. We don't have anybody speaking in support. We don't have anybody speaking in opposition that I see, but we do have some opposition from one of the victims is opposed. And we have the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office is opposed. The Orleans, that's Jefferson Parish Sheriff is opposed, and the Attorney General is opposed. So there's some law enforcement opposition there. This case is assigned to me. So I'm gonna, rather than straight out, just go with questions. I don't really have many more. Just summarize what we're looking at. We're looking at John Sheep, who's a 55-year-old male classified as a 5th offender. And Mr. Sheep pled guilty to possession with intent to distribute heroin and subsequently sentenced to serve 25 years at hard labor. Under Orleans 491962, he pled guilty to unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling and was sentenced to serve 3 years at hard labor. Under Orleans 502536, Mr. Sheep pled guilty as an habitual offender to distribution of heroin and possession with intent to distribute heroin and was sentenced to serve 25 years and 4 years respectively at hard labor. All sentences were ordered to be served with the Department of Public Safety and Corrections and run concurrently with each other. John Sheep has served 4 terms of community supervision and has had 4 terms of community supervision revoked due to new felony convictions. In addition to the instant offense, Mr. Sheep has been convicted of simple robbery, 2 counts, possession of crack cocaine, resisting an officer, simple battery of a police officer, 3 counts, possession with intent to distribute crack cocaine, possession of heroin, simple battery, and possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a pretty serious, long record of criminal behavior. And a pretty poor record on supervision. So I don't have any. why would it, just tell me, what would be so different? If we put you on supervision again, you had 4, not strike 3 out, strike 4, you want strike 5? I'm just trying to figure out what would be different this time.
Sir, I was a child back then. I wasn't on a grown man stuff I'm on now. I wasn't thinking like a grown man. I'm older now. I'm 55 years old. I don't have none of that in me anymore. I don't have I don't even think on that type of life no more. At 55 years old, I wake up in the morning, all my body cracking and hurting. I don't got nothing, I don't want nothing to do with that type of life. I'm on high blood pressure and all that type of life that messed my life up completely. I don't want nothing to do with that no more. All I want to do is keep going forward like I'm doing. That's all I do every day. I wake up with a clear frame of mind, with, on a different bed than what I was living back then. That was 15 years ago. I don't want nothing to do with that, sir. I haven't got none of that in my heart. My heart is not that person.
How long have you served, actually?
On this charge right here?
Yeah.
15 years.
15, okay.
May I ask a question? Chief, what is your plans? I see Bertha Lucas and Russell Lucas is your residence plan. And
Yes,
who are
ma'am.
those? And are they related to you?
That's my mother and father.
You going back to their house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living there when you committed the instant charge you're on?
No, I wasn't living with them anymore. I was in the streets.
In the streets. That's a good way of putting it. And you don't have an exact employment plan, but you do. You're talking about a food truck, and you have Social Security disability. At 55, you probably should work. Working keeps people out of problems. Honest work.
I don't mind doing whatever I need to do, ma'am, to stay on the streets. Whatever. I don't have a problem with none of that.
Project, but they would have to accept it. I'm not saying.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Yep.
Sure. All right. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna vote first, Mr. Sheik. First off, I think you have a good attitude now. I've seen the warden back there shaking her head a lot. I hope I'm reading him right, warden. I think he's moving in the right direction. The only thing I'm worried about is your drug problem. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grant you conditional upon completing a long-term DOC substance abuse program. Okay? Long as it could be is 9 months. So if you complete that program and don't get in any trouble, then you'll be released after completion of that program, and you to follow all conditions. I want a curfew from 9 to 6.
Yes, sir.
And I want random drug screens. That's just my vote.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with it.
Chief, getting your GED is quite a accomplishment, and I want to congratulate you on that and hope that that attitude of continuing to learn follows you outside the prison walls. My vote today is also to grant to a long-term substance abuse program, and with the same special conditions of Mr. Frank.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and concur with my colleagues with the same special conditions. And if you violate any of those conditions, they'll be revoked when you come back. So hopefully you got it in your mind that you're not gonna do it just like you told us. Hopefully you got the right mind and you're not going back because you can't afford any violation.
Y'all won't hear nothing bad from me.
Won't hear nothing from you.
That's what we hope.
That's what we're hoping for. But if we do, you know what's gonna happen, right? You'll be right back over there for the rest of that time.
I ain't
Send it
trying to
back
do
to
that.
me if that's what happens. Send it back
Alright.
to me.
All right. So this means your parole has been granted today conditionally to complete the substance abuse program, long-term DOC. And this concludes our business at Allen Correctional Center for the day at 12:42 p.m.
Thanks, Chief.
Chillin', how y'all been doing? Yeah, you. I'm just feeding. Cecil.
Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16, 2025, and the time is 12:44 p.m. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. The panel today is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and our remote location is Riverbend Detention Center. With the staff at Riverbend, please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Lieutenant Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Durand, would you please introduce yourself with your full name and DOC number?
My name is Blake Durand, DOC number 714262.
Right. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you, a white paper with your name on it about talking about appointed counsel?
No, sir, I received one though.
You received it?
Yes,
And
sir.
you remember signing it?
Yes, sir.
You were determined not eligible for appointed counsel at that time.
Yes, sir.
You ready to continue this hearing without retained counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to read you the violations against you and ask you for a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. And it is alleged by your parole officer that you have violated the condition of your parole when you engage in criminal activity by committing the offense of bank fraud and theft over $5,000. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
All right. Mr. Freeman has assigned your case, so he's going to go ahead and take it from here.
Okay, Mr. Durand, have you been to court on that charge?
Yes, sir.
And what did they do in court?
I'm still going to court. Last time I went to court, they was talking about dropping it down to a misdemeanor. But the DA had to leave, so I got to go back to court on September 9th.
Right. Because we really need them charges disposed of before we can make a decision on you.
Yes, sir.
And they're not taking you back till September 9th. How long have you been in jail?
I've been incarcerated for 8.5 months now.
8.5 months. Wow.
They tried to relieve my bond obligations to let me bond out, but I have a hold.
Correct. Correct.
Because I have all the legal paperwork
All right. Yeah, I know what direction they're going in. Can I call for an executive session real quick?
Second.
Mhm.
Freeman,
Yes.
Barros,
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you, Myron.
You read my mind?
Yeah. Oh.
What they say they had to do? Uh,
All right. Committee on Parole is called back to order. Can I get a second?
Yes.
Vote.
Okay, Mr. Durand, I was trying to look for an avenue to where we didn't have to hold you until we get these charges disposed of, but don't look like the avenue is there. So, besides voting to revoke, we need to vote to continue until these charges are done. And that's what I would ask, I'm gonna continue it until September when the charges are finished. And then we will try to get you on the docket as quickly as possible.
May I speak?
Yeah.
Sure.
I have all like the police report reads that the only reason I was put under arrest was due to the fact that I didn't have the proof of my business on me at the time. But I have all my LLCs right here that was
Right.
notarized, and my
Yeah.
bank statements and my tax revocation numbers. And they said
Right,
that
that's not good. That's still, I know what you say, but they're not saying that. They're saying you deposited a check that was fraudulent and you went to several banks and drew money out your account on a fraudulent check. So we're not gonna get into that. My vote is to continue until after charges are disposed.
I vote to continue so that we can learn the disposition of.
is there,
Yeah. One more time. Go ahead.
is there any way I can have my bond obligations and have a house arrest bracelet? I've never missed a court date. I'm not a flight risk. I've never violated parole or had a violent crime. And they told me that I could bond out, but I just had to talk to y'all. And I've talked to my parole officer, Michael Moore. That's how they called him to court last time I went to court. That's the reason they was going to drop it down to a misdemeanor and get rid of the charges. I have no problem showing I never did anything wrong on parole before.
Well, as Mr. Freeman said, we're not gonna go into to the guilty, innocence, this and that.
We can settle.
We can continue the hearing or we can have it. That's the two options we have right now
We can allow him to bond.
in front of.
So what we do, just say. All right, I'm gonna allow you to bond.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
The parole board has the option to allow him to bond. We're gonna allow you to bond at this time. You are to stay at home unless you are working.
Yes, sir. I
And
do have a job too.
Yeah, okay, all right.
How much is
Okay, well,
We're not setting the bond. She said we could just allow the bond, at least entertainment.
my bond's $500. The bond will be paid today. Will the hold be lifted today?
I don't know. That's gonna be up to the institution.
All right, well, I appreciate it, y'all.
Okay, wait.
Right.
That's just my vote.
My vote is to lift the hold and allow bonding.
And I'm gonna go ahead and concur with Mr. Freeman on it. So you will be allowed to bond out.
Thank y'all.
All right.
So it is continued. That's what it's gonna be.
That concludes our business with Mr. Durand. And we got one more left at Allen or Riverbend.
Thank y'all. God bless y'all. I'm doing a lot of way.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is July 16, 2025, and the time is 1:10 p.m. Can y'all hear me down there?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on the panel today are Mr. Ledoux to my left and Mr. Freeman to my right. The panel today is at headquarters Baton Rouge, and our remote location is Riverbend Detention Center. Mr. White, would you please give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Myron White, DOC number is 348684.
All right. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
A parole.
Yeah, it's a sheet of paper that you signed addressing appointed counsel. That one right there.
Yeah, I left it under my rag though.
Okay, you see that one there?
Yes, sir.
And that one went over with your parole officer, and you were determined that you were not eligible for appointed counsel by the Supreme Court guidelines. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So have you hired an attorney for this hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the violations against you and ask you for a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement that you explain. It's alleged that you have violated condition number 4, that you engage in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on August 4th, 2024 by the Baton Rouge Police Department for home invasion, battery of a dating partner with child endangerment, violation of a protective order, and misdemeanor negligent entering. The bill of information from East Baton Rouge stated where the subject was formally charged with battery of a dating partner, neglect, injuring, and violation of a protective order, and those charges were dismissed on 3/24/25. The bill of information also says the subject was formally charged with home invasion, and that charge was also dismissed on 3/24/25 due to no cooperation from the victim. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
All right, and then you also, number 10, are delinquent $315 on your parole fee. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
All right. Mr. Freeman has assigned your case, and I'm going to go ahead and turn the questioning over to him.
Okay, I see we're at your hearing. You said you didn't commit these crimes?
No, sir.
Okay, did you go to her house?
No, sir. I have history with her, and she know that I was on parole for her since 2023, and she the one who don't want to see me with nobody, but she can do what she wanted. So I wasn't around here, so then by me don't want to be with her. She did what she had to do to lock me back up.
So you think she would even lie to the point where she would involve her son in the lie?
Yes, sir. She done did it more than one time. I have 10-year history with her.
Why would you keep a history with someone that keeps getting you in trouble?
Well, I was doing it only because of the kids. I was helping her raise her kids, and I was taking care of her. But I seen, well, the last time that I went, that she wasn't for me. So I had decided to get on and let her go. But she mentally disturbed. She don't want to leave me alone.
Okay. So when was the last time you were at her house?
It's been since 23 when I came off the first job. Now she didn't the job I had, she used to call my job and stuff, and I used to tell my manager them don't give me the phone because I don't suppose they have no dealing with her. She'll pop up all around my sister's house, and she'll end up calling the police on her. She'll get away, but they never did get in contact with her, nothing on situation like this here. Man, she told me if she couldn't have me, nobody could have me, so she called the police on me and had me wanted, and I didn't even know what was going on.
How long you been in jail?
About to be 1 year tomorrow.
And you'll be in jail 1 year tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Did they take pictures?
I don't see no pictures. I see
But they
no.
said they took.
They said they had lacerations and a hematoma on the eye, but you saying you wasn't nowhere around.
No, sir.
Where did they arrest you at?
They arrested me at the other side of 1423 where I was staying with my sister. And
How far is that away from her house?
She stays ways on Gardell Lane somewhere over there. So it's a nice piece.
Gotcha. And your full term date is 12/2/25. I'm correct with that?
Yes, sir. I think it's yeah, what, December the 5th? Somewhere around there.
December 2nd. Okay, all right, I have no further questions.
Are you aware that there's a protective order against you from being around her?
Yes, sir, but I was around her.
How long you been under that protective order?
I think since 23 when I got out, they had the protective order on me.
Why did you pay your fees? You were working.
Well, I had told my parole officer the reason why I wasn't paying my fee because my sister, because I stayed with my sister and her old man was going through things, and I was in the blind. I had to help him to try to help pay the bills so I can keep me a place to lay my head. My sister kept running off, then coming back, then running off, coming back. But things had started getting better because they ended up getting married. But this year ended up happening with me.
I got you. Okay. I have no further questions.
Have any questions? Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Freeman?
Okay, well, Mr. White, we have nobody at all to refute your story. And you've been in jail a year.
Yes, sir.
So my vote today is going to be to do not revoke and continue on supervision. And that do 11-month special condition time with credit for time served.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's take that off because that's gonna make it too hard for him to figure out. I'm not gonna give you we're just gonna continue on supervision. You're absolutely 100% stay away from her. If you're caught anywhere around her, your parole will be revoked.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank
y'all.
Do not revoke, but maintain protective order.
All right, and I'm gonna also vote to do not revoke in order that you abide by the protective order and that you don't go within 1 mile of her residence. Don't accept phone calls, don't accept messages. Anybody tries to deliver something to you, you send it back. Parole board ordered me not to contact you or talk with you, and that's it.
Yes, sir.
That's a chapter that's closed and gone.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
All right. Hey, y'all, you can bring me my child?
No, just hold up.
Good. This will conclude our business with Mr. White at the Riverbend Detention Center, and we conclude our business for today at